Beans and toast. Who is it? I'm guessing Maddie.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. You goddamn son of a bitch. Hi, Mizu. Emmanuel is first. Welcome in, bud. Maddie, we've been over this. I'm not the bastard you are. Hi, Sophie. No, Emmanuel, I saw your message first. Don't worry. Don't worry about it, Emmanuel. Impossible, Maddie. Boop boo, boop boo, boo 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 boo. She ba da ba ba ga da da ba da ba. True, Amizu.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not, Sophie. It'll be a warm day in heaven. Whew. Yeah, I was surprised by the amount of shitty palettes you guys all recommended. A lot of antagonistic palettes there. A lot of antagonistic palettes. You bastards.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day.
The best one did win. Jesus, Manuel. So the one that won, in my opinion, is the most efficient Appell's palette, right? That we discussed before. So it's in a modern context: titanium white, bismuth lemon, quinacridone magenta, and lamp black. So this is on the condition that if our blue has to be a black, right? This is pretty much as efficient as a 4-color palette can get you. I mean, the only thing I would need to verify is if carbon black is even more blue than lamp black. I don't believe it is. But it would basically be using the most blue leaning black out there. And yeah, hi Mud. Yeah, this was Mud's suggestion. But lemon yellow is just the best yellow you can get. 85. Mud, didn't you get to 100 at one point, or was that only in the 50s that you had before? Titanium white is in a 4-color palette. Titanium white is just almost always superior because of its opacity. In a 4-color palette, opacity becomes an issue. So I don't know if this one was technically antagonistic by Fugu, but Fugu suggested lead white, one of the shitty yellow ochres that are transparent, quinacridone magenta, and phthalo blue. Your most opaque color is lead white, which is semi-transparent. That's true, and it's never ending, Mud. Never ending. This is hell. So yeah, you need to have the ability to have enough opaque colors. Unfortunately, a lot of the transparent colors are some of the strongest tinting in their hue. So lamp black is nice because lamp black is also opaque in the context of the Appel palette. So ivory black is semi-transparent as well, which could add to some of the issues, right? So the original Zorn palette worked decently enough because yellow ochre and vermilion were opaque. So So a lot of the palettes were like just not balanced or usable because of transparency, opacity issues. Fugu's was one of the big ones that came to mind. But then there's the people who were just intentionally like picking the worst that they could. The greens will be better than last time, Mud. I'll once I get the palette out, I'll demonstrate, why I think this palette, because the purple, so compared to the clown college painting I did last run, we're gonna get better greens, we're gonna get better purples, much better purples. Our reds are technically not gonna be as vibrant, and our oranges are not gonna be as vibrant, but it's only like a half step down. Like, it's not gonna be a huge enough hit in the context of the painting, right? Where there is gonna be a tangible, noticeable difference in purples and greens, and the blues are going to be the same. But you could argue better, because now if we add a touch of quinacridone to it, I think the blue will come out a little bit better. In the lamp black, titanium white situation. So like if I were to like if in my opinion, if you had to reclassify an Appel palette or the Zorn palette, right, as more people kind of know it as, the four colors we're using today is probably what I would recommend it to be. Once again, that's on the condition we have to use a black. If we're using a 4-color palette, I think using but like even using an ultramarine or phthalo here, then you're going to start to have some transparency issues. Because your two brightest colors are the opaque ones, your two darkest colors are not. Because burnt umber is semi-transparent, not fully transparent, right? So you can, Point being is there is some interesting nuance to the design of a 4-color palette. But the other, so Garg's palette on the surface. So Garg did lead white, yellow ochre, viridian, and burnt umber. That one intrigued me more than I thought about it. But it would have probably felt worse when I used it because of the lack of reds, oranges, and yellows. And you did not have a purple. So, like, it would have been difficult, but there are scenarios in my head that could have been interesting. So, there are only one, I think I only saw one that suggested Omizu, and that was one of the other interesting palettes, and that was courtesy of Sashi. Sashi chose Pyrrole orange, dioxazine purple, I believe lemon yellow. Yeah, it was lemon yellow, and I think it was lead white. That palette was interesting. I think challenging in a good way, because you didn't have clear access to what's a good way of saying this? You really couldn't produce green well, but you could have gotten an okay green with lemon yellow and dioxazine, okay. Probably similar to what we can produce today. Because since dioxazine and lemon yellow are pretty pretty complementary. They would have canceled each other out, so then you just would have had a darker yellow, which looks green. But it would have always been desaturated. But there was there was good room to play, and it was a very clever palette from Sashi. A very clever palette from Sashi. Because while that palette, you know, it definitely has some weak spots, considering that you had like 3 realms of ultra saturation, I do think it would have been better with just straight Pyrrole red than Pyrrole orange. But I think I know what Sashi was going for. Or the intent. All right. Is it, Drez? I doubt it. If you can. By the way, Mud, where is that was a pal you voted for, Mizu? Where has Anthony been? Or if anybody knows where Anthony's been, I'm curious. Oh, gotcha. Okay. He's on vacation. Gotcha. Maddie did not agree with you. You stream terrorist, Drez. How was your stream today? By the way, your stream looked a lot better today. Seemed like your focus issues. Yeah, it's not quite a vacation, but you know, it's like a movie. It's like a movie starring like Steve Carell having like understanding more about his family and having some cozy night in. But then something, you know, some drama happens. That's how I envision what Anthony's doing right now. Oh, you're talking about the palette? That was the worst palette. And just so you know, you just wasted your palette suggestion, because I'm never going to use that palette.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, thank you, Autonet. How you doing, bud? It very much is. Very much is. Like Cheers. Sashi, Mud's palette 1. Yeah, exactly, Mud. Like, what was that? What was that movie, Dan in Real Life? I think it was that one with Steve Carell. That's what I kind of am thinking of. Sashi, I liked your palette though. I was talking about that was probably the most intriguing one. I was glad somebody picked up on like dioxazine and it's kind of like possibilities in this. Why I threw it out there despite its light fast issues. Your palette was the single worst. Well, actually, Maddie's was technically worse. You at least had titanium white. But it did not win. But it made, you know, it made the final selection. I specifically brought up Garg's, yours, and Mud's. Like, you know, Mud's, as we talked about it before, I think is like the most optimal Appella palette, which we're using today. Ooh la la. And if I had to make like a 4-color modern Zorn, this would probably be it. Yeah, no, I just, you know, it's a clever palette though. You know, I did say, Sashi, I think Pyrrole Red would have been better than Orange in the context that we had the, oh shit, I didn't mean to do this actually. In the context that we had Lemon Yellow. Or is Ricardo having fun? Yes, and so that's why I say the Appel palette, Mud. That's like so the Zorn palette is an Appel palette, which is like a white, yellow, red, black, essentially. You could argue it means blue, but it was always like a black color, right? So this comes from, that concept comes from like, I believe it dates back to the Greeks. I mean, it's not a huge difference, Sashi. I'm just, if you were curious on that, you know, aspect of the palette. Because quinacridone, because you had purple in there, quinacridone was useless. Or would give you very little in that palette. So then, yeah, like go, like, but so since you had the yellow there, you probably wanted to go as deepest as a red if you're thinking about optimizing. I know that necessarily, you know, now that wasn't necessarily your intent, but yeah. Yeah, but that's not why a lot of people teach it. How it's like taught a lot is for like simplicity of the palette, I think, or like trying to say like, it's just like, oh, with these easy colors, you know, mix skin tones all day, you know, and it's just like, yeah, you can do the same thing with red and blue and stuff like that. So, but back in the day, it was more of like, because the blues weren't really available to anybody until the 1800s. So Appel palettes were much more standard historically because most people didn't want to spend, you know, thousands of dollars worth of money equivalent today, right, on just the blue paint for a painting. Right? It wasn't really until the invention of Prussian blue did they have, I mean, they had smalts, but it had its issues. You know, it's not like those issues were unknown either. Good, good. Don't worry, I already have the password. We've been watching Outa. So, really the Appel palette became something out of availability more than anything. Not because of strategical advantage. Okay. Wait, who did that? I didn't mean to. Oh, that was an accident. It does feel right, yeah. How did that happen? It's a good pin. Yeah, I see that. Good. It does set the tone. No, I'm leaving it. I want the world to see how I get treated here. By the way, so also my big tubes came in, so I can make a bunch of impasto medium and list it. So anybody who's interested in impasto medium, it's when I get around to doing it. Probably soon. Big tubes, yeah. Well, now I would, but not originally, Maddie. I'm a sweaty monster right now. Hellfire. Okay. Okay. All right. So who wants to see some of the color range we got here, okay? So let's just do a little demonstration. All right, so Mud, you said you wanted to see the greens. So it's a better green than last time. Still not like, it's not a vibrant green, right? It lacks a little juice, but it is definitively a green. Better than last time's because it has less red in it, right? Too cold, too cold. Well, then let's go into our next color. See, Mud, Shasta, I don't think this will be too cold because we could still mix reds. So if we take yellow and quinacridone, we still get a pretty darn good red. Not as vibrant as a pyrrole, of course. But nonetheless, a good enough red. Hi, Garg. Son of a bitch! All right, so now let's take a look. So on our last palette, our purples were fairly weak. But on this palette, it should be a lot stronger. So, like, you know, this being our dark purple. Which will still look black from this one, but we'll mix in some white into this. Right? But now let's add white to this. And we actually can have a fairly bluish purple. You know, on this. Yep. So we got that range, right? And our blues are still going to be the same. Right? Blue is not going to be exceptionally vibrant. but it does lean blue. Okay. So, you know, everything is a bit subdued. Violet Beauregard. I want it now. Don't care. Wait, no, that's not Violet. That's Veruca. What was Violet's song? Violet didn't really have a song, did she? Violet! You're turning violet, Violet! I don't remember Violet having a song. It did. Yeah, she just chewed the gum, yeah. That bitch. Okay, so you see we got purples, blues, greens. Everything is subdued. Our most vibrant colors are yellow. And our pink is gonna... This could be an option for certain things, right? But our pink is also... is obviously gonna be our most vibrant off color. Right? Titanium white and quinacridone make a hell of a combo. I don't really have a lot of room for that in this one, unfortunately, but we'll see. So there you go. That's the color range for today. Hellfire. Hellfire. So if there, like, you know, if there was an opaque blue, unfortunately, like that was an opaque dark blue in oils, it would really, you know, transform, especially if it was neutral. But irregardless, it doesn't seem to be an option. Okay. No, so browns aren't that difficult because we just have our orange and we would just I've added way too much black to this, but that's probably fine. But we just add more of both of these. The quinacridone's really getting overpowered right now. Interesting. There's an interesting, I guess I just added way too much black. So I'm wasting paint here, but we could use browns anyways. Point being is we can get a brown by mixing an orange and adding black, essentially. All right. Everyone knows what time it is. How many tries? How many tries to open up this child lock oil? How you doing, Foxman? Hi, Fugu. A lot of believers. Well, maybe not a lot. It's only 3-3. But no real unbelievers. There's one. Mud! Don't fuck this up. I might. Hellfire. Hellfire. All right. Super Nintendo grip. Have fun, bud. Get your guesses in. We could only hope, Drez. 3, 2, 1, go! Ooh, we got it. Okay. I'm getting stronger, everybody. I'm getting stronger. All those montages are really beefing me up. All those montages I do in my off... Thank you, Foxman. Thank you. All those montages I've been doing in my off time, really paying off. Push it to the limit. Limit! All along the razor's edge. Beating up all those jaywalkers helps too. All right. Let's see. I'll tell you, Shasta. So you had Drez, Maddie, and yourself were the only ones. Congratulations to the believers. Push it to the limit. And one for yourself. Shasta McNasty. Of the Canadian McNasties. No worries, Shasta. Along the razor's edge. Push it to the limit. That sounds like a lot of hubris, Omizu. Oh yeah, well hubris is my first and last name. Hi Pickles. How are you? You just missed the opening of the jar. Oh, nice. I do wish I lived in a house so I could plant some of the stuff I want to plant. I only have a balcony and it doesn't have good sunlight. So it's like I have some herbs up there right now, but they're not like doing great. But I'd love to grow tomatoes and jalapenos and other chilies. A lot more herbs. lot of the small stuff that I buy that like adds up over time. Yeah, I'm not looking to do like hydroponic stuff. If that's what you meant by that suggestion. Maybe this needed to come out a little bit more, huh? Or we bring this up this way. Oh, wow. I got a lot of videos on how to clone your own tomatoes, pickles. If you've ever looked in that, apparently it's pretty easy to do. Yeah, because it's just like the branch offs that you just trim and replant, right? You just got to make sure you trim the tops off early enough so it like sprouts sideways.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! Busker Hikes. Welcome in. Busker, post your links, post your YouTube. Busker's doing a lot of different things on YouTube. You should all check it out. What do you mean a new company, Pickles? Busker! Lonks! Pusherton. I'm doing well, Busker. How are you doing? Oh, I got a back itch I can't reach everybody. Oh, that's nice. Chair is working. Chair is working. Good, Busker. Good. Post your links, Busker. I will ask you again. Hi, Pierogi. You know, that's what I could have made. Fuck. God damn it, Pierogi. I could have made pierogies. And I never made fucking gnocchi. I had potatoes. I was gonna make French fries today. I'm like, what could I cook with what I had? And I had some potatoes. But then I found mold on one of them, and I didn't want to bother sorting through them and possibly trying to, like, salvage a couple. I was gonna make French fries. I'm pretty confident in my gnocchi, Fugu. Badly made Bond villains. How'd you know, Ada? How'd you know? Well, I've made pierogi before. I really love sauerkraut pierogi, and obviously the potato and farmer's cheese one is always good. Shit. Was it the sign that gave it away, out of net? Was it the sign in the advertisement on the highway? My lackeys were telling me that was going to be a problem. Yeah, I never wanted them as a sponsor, but I had a lackey that was an a-hole. And they're no longer a sponsor. For obvious reasons. Oh my god, pierogi. Up his pooper. Lackey a-hole, yes. Good. Everybody go check out Busker Heights Hikes.
It's really
YouTube's. Hey, why am I upvotes not working my likes? I started watching this yesterday, Busker. I started watching this. Who knows? But everybody help Busker out. Or else. It's alright. It's alright. This channel's in shambles. You think anybody watches this, Busker? It's too much red in that, huh? Ugh. And more yellow. Still seems a bit too orange. We'll see though. Yep, still too orange. Feel like I just wasted a bunch of paint. Who wouldn't watch this? You're right, maniacs wouldn't. What are you talking about, Brogy? This is a family-friendly channel. Family-friendly. That was always the intent. Okay. Laugh in my goddamn face, Fugu. Okay. I see. Family friendly. Something the whole family can enjoy. Sure, if you're a McNasty, that's true. Yeah, the McNasties love it. The Canadian McNasties, big fans. You just messaged me. The aristocrat. True. No, no, no. This is definitely in the realm of step by step. Definitely the realm of step by step and family matters. Which family am I fighting? I mean, who do you want to fight? I'm saying this is a family-friendly channel, okay? I think it's fairly obvious that I have created a family-friendly channel, okay? All right? That the whole family can enjoy. Too wide. Good, Shasta, good. Very special, Blossom. I imagine the Tennessee McNasties are pretty vicious. Why does that look so red? I like that to be on the green side, I think. The very delicate balancing process between greens and warm greens, essentially. So if any reds in here, though, it just contrasts like crazy. You think so, Pierogi? You think my paints are what's holding me back? Could be. Could be. Who agrees with Pierogi that my badly made paints are holding me back? I could always switch to Winton. I could always switch to Winton, everybody. I could just give up on this paint perversion. God, am I sweaty. I'm disgusting right now, everybody. Oh, I was thinking that they meant bought better paints. I don't know. I pissed off Michael Harding because for the last 83 days, let's just say I've been pooping on his front doorstep and lighting it on fire. Let's just say... I would hope so, Outernet. You too? Good, Pierogi, good. Let's get that son of a bitch. True, Pickles, true. Have fun, Dress.
Fucker.
You're a fucker, Maddie. I think they do it in person, Pierogi. Not positive. I'm not positive, though. I'm not positive on that. I'm like getting tired because I'm so fucking sweaty. Oh god. I am just disgusting right now. Plus, I don't like how my deodorant smells. Bad mix. Bad mix. It's so hot. Alum stone. I don't know what that is, Busker. Are you trying to murder me? Huh. I just, you know, am using up old deodorant that I have. Gotcha, Fugu. So they are trying to murder me, huh? That's what I'm getting out of this. Gotcha. Oh god. Oh, what a terrible morning. Oh, what a terrible day. I got this horrible feeling. Nothing is going my way. Thank you. Thank you, Fox. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the veal. Okay. Okay, I didn't know it was son of a bitch o'clock. I didn't know it was dirty rat fucker o'clock. Okay, that one is a little severe. Do I apologize for that one? Not sure. Wow! What? What? That nose too low?
Grab the children! Save the children!
Never. Yeah, I was curious, Jan. Put it on the Ritz. Yeah, I'd have to learn more of them, Fugu. If you're blue and do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, where fashion speaks. I couldn't help doing the young Frankenstein part of putting on the Ritz. Which I think could be a little offensive. My instinct tells me to do that. Thanks, Jan. I tried to make this like he was picking his nose, but everybody be excited. I ordered new props yesterday. I know, but if you just walked into a pasty Midwest man going like, "Arr!" I don't know. I don't know, Fugu. Oh, fuck me. That's what I was thinking, Fugu. You know what I'm saying? Not that there's any intent behind it. But as a family stream, I have to be, careful. As a family stream. All right, so I ordered some new props, everybody, and I got a big painting plan. But I'm still missing some pieces. I got a big painting planned. God, that was an interesting one. I didn't know there was Spaceballs too, Fugu. The whole stream is family friendly. All right, Maddie. The whole stream. In fashion sense. I can't stop now, Fugu. Damn it. I can't stop now. Can't stop me now. You're welcome, Jan. It was fresh. God damn it, Fugu. God damn it. All right, so I didn't know it was announced yesterday. Well, I was listening to a podcast, I think, Jan, and at that time, I knew I was not going to have viewers for a while. It took me a while to get even affiliate, everybody. Took me a while. And if it weren't for the help of like Babe Ross and Jess, I still might be affiliate. Sounds good, Fugu. Hi, Quotenshoff. Okay, yeah, but so do you all remember that Lautrec painting I brought up like a week ago for Fox Girl? With like the person on the side, the spooky looking person on the side? So look up Lautrec, L-A-U. Pickles, would you mind finding that painting and posting a link? Are you able to do that? I know that's like a little bit much, but do you think do you have the capabilities to find that? Yeah, it's tough without help, Pickles. I mean, not Pickles, Maddie. It's tough without help. especially in art. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, good. So everybody take a look at this painting. We all see? Do you see? Do you see? Pickles is the MVP. Pickles is a wonderful mod. Toulouse-Lautrec. Here, wait. I could post this for you, for YouTubers. Here you go, Mizu. Hopefully that works for you. Stage, no, the one on the, on the right, like, coming up from this side when you're looking at it, that person in the mask. So my plan is I'm going to recreate that scene with my props and paint it. So, the other day I ordered a top hat. I ordered like a Mardi Gras kind of like clown mask type thing. And some other odds and ends for it. But I'm still missing some major pieces that are a little bit tough to find on the cheap. So I need to find like a round, like a table that would work for a prop. So my plan is to have a mannequin and Ricardo sitting at the table. That'd be on the left. Have a mannequin off to the right with that mask on there. And I'm going to have Rudy somewhere with a top hat as well. And then like stuff at the table. And I want this to be a huge ass fucking painting. I'm thinking about using my huge canvas for it. And, but there's a lot of odds and ends there that I can't really afford to buy new. So I'm searching around for them. And, because mannequins are fucking expensive if you're buying them new. So if anybody knows anybody with mannequins, please let me know. But those all those props are going to be reused, but it's just, I can't really afford like $150 for a mannequin. So I got to find like a store. Do I push up the, I think I got to push up the nose even more. Yeah, see, I would have taken those, Maddie. Even if they're bad shape. I don't need them to be in good shape, If I could paint nudes, I'd paint nudes, like, on stream. But then again, I wouldn't really want to paint them from, photos. I don't know, Pickles. Need to, I don't know, you know, what's the most effective. I've checked Facebook Marketplace. Son of a bitch, Sophie! Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if we're kind of past that point, you know, Maddie? We'll see. You know, I'm just your average Midwestern guy, everybody. You know, who has, you know, who wants to have a bunch of mannequins and skeletons and skulls lying around, huh? Just your average Midwestern guy. Except I'm not obsessed with guns. Boy, do I hate guns. What chairs are you talking about, Jan? Because I'm looking for like a round table with like two chairs, like that you'd see at like a bistro table. I'm looking like for like a bistro table and chairs, right? But you know, they're cheap, but it's still gonna, like, if I were to buy them new, they'd still be like $150, right? The problem is, your boy's broke. Not broke, but like, it's tough to, I don't make enough from art regularly, right? Jesus Christ, Sophie. Boop 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 boop. Putting on weight. Mixing with the black too much. You don't feel good? Why not? Maybe you should get some rest, Sophie. Yeah, it's a lot, Jan. For some, like, I just remember Lautrec, right? That's just how I choose to remember the name, because the rest of it's kind of difficult. I'm sorry to hear that, Sophie. Whenever I feel like that, Sophie, I just eat a huge meal and take a big poop and then sleep. Yeah, I don't... Jesus Christ, Sophie. I do appreciate that offer, Jan. I think I'd want to avoid, like, doing stuff on loan at the moment, just because I can't guarantee their safety in my current place as far as like a paint stain or something. But I do appreciate that offer quite a bit. No! Your plan! The plan, it's too soon! It's too soon! You are cursed, yep. Yeah, there's some good ones in there too, Jan. Good. Thank you, Pickle. Son of a bitch! God. There you go. It's true. It's true. So just remember, everybody, yeah, you can own a bunch of badly art, everybody, and then once I get murdered for real, it will be worth billions. You could set up... See, now I went too fucking high. God bless America. Because I adjusted. Do you want to set up your family for generations? Buy badly art today. All right, good, Jan, good. Do you want your children's future taken care of? Buy my art. Okay, we're too wide. I've noticed, Sophie. I've noticed. You're like a vicious animal. You're like a honey badger. Laugh it up. I don't stink. You stink. I don't stink, you stink. Yeah, it's true. No, this deodorant just smells like old man aftershave. That's why I don't like it. I think this is going to be it for the block and everybody, because since I'm only using one brush, I'm not getting like the colors and coverage I want that well without having to use a lot of paint. So we're going to leave it like this. We're going to take our break. I'm going to get a sweatband. So I'm literally dripping sweat. It's like a Nelly music video in here. I usually have a fan going on me right now, Mud, but I don't do it for the noise right now, and I don't have a good place to put it. But old building designs really keep the heat in the areas that I'm hang out in. Oh, it is. It is. Oh yeah, Garg neck popsicles would be pretty sweet right now. Your studio, do you have AC in your studio, Mud? Or you have like a wall unit maybe? Cooling tubes? It might. You're bougie, yeah. You don't suffer for your art, Mud. Because suffering is so necessary to all of this, Mud, okay? It's so necessary, you know, that you suffer and your art is not fragile. You know what I'm saying. God, that guy lives rent-free in my head. That guy's just rent-free. Maybe he won after all this time, Mud. Maybe that guy won.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, Ojima sold Diabolos! Welcome in, bud. I would love some milk and cookies. Welcome in. How are you? Post your links now. Or else. Oh my god, a raid! Get on in here. Get on in here. All right, we got brushes. Good. Everyone go follow everything on Ojima's link tree now. Thank you for the raid. We are prepping for a break to avoid heat stroke. It's really not that hot. I'm just a sweaty fucker. Hi Burger, how you doing, bud? Oh, I used too much oil in some spots. I have drippage. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, everybody. I'm doing all right, Burger. Just really hot and sweaty and disgusting. All right, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break, everybody. When we come back, we're going to start doing the next layer. This is our block in. I know it's a you might be thinking, wow, it's so realistic. I think it's done already. And I'll say, I know it's spectacular. I think I need to do a little bit more on this, everybody. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back. Yes. And, yeah. So let me get this up there, and then we're going to run ads, everybody. You're going to run ads. And we shall be back in about 5. See ya! Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we live? Fuck it, we'll do it live. How dare. Anyone get sneak that on? Who pooped? Who pooped him? Because I'm still pooing. Almost done. Almost done. Practically done. And we're done. I'm a disgusting beast, everybody. Have a good one, Ojima. Thank you for the raid, bud. And for anybody who wants to see, like usual, we have this set up right in front of us. Exactly, Shasta. If only I had a diaper on. All right. Do I need to top off a couple? I should probably top off a couple of these colors. The yellow and the white, probably. Yeah, I saw that, Mud. Thank you for that. Yeah. Well, that's one thing I want to do soon. I forgot about doing this. I wanted to get like a freezer up here in my studio, like a small fridge with a freezer, so I have more access to cold stuff, so I could keep them in that. Did I go wrong? I lost a friend. What were you cooking for dinner, Mud? Meatloaf, potatoes, and that sounds. Did you do an open face meatloaf sandwich? Those are good. Make like a white wine, not white wine, a red wine sauce. Serve it over some toasted bread. Yeah, I'm making an unhealthy sandwich today because I have cheese and I thought I had potatoes. I have mozzarella cheese. But it turns out my potatoes went bad. Because I was considering making a gnocchi. I was considering making French fries. But now I just decided to make a batch of bread, and I'm gonna put some cheese inside of bread, and I'm gonna like pan fry them like, you know, like I'd be doing like a flatbread. I'm gonna stuff them with cheese, flatten them out, stuffed cheese bread. I was thinking about doing a grilled cheese, but I didn't feel like making this into a proper loaf of bread, Mud, so I'm gonna do them in like flatbread style, like a colcha. But I gotta do that after stream. I didn't have time before. So we haven't eaten yet today, everybody. Okay. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend. Okay. Let's get this nose. The fuck was that? That sounds good, yeah. See, this is the big problem if you cook every one of your meals, everybody, is every one of your meals now becomes work. It's a big negative, everybody, of knowing how to cook. That's all right. You got the point across. Yeah. Agreed. Well put, Mud. Well put. Ah. Velvet Underground. I should have fucking put it, but that's what it was, what I should have done. I could still do this. Hold on. Great idea, Mud. God damn it. You're a genius. 1 second. Oh, that's nice. I mean. Sorry, I'm putting a banana in his hand right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to put a banana in his hand like a cigar. I can't see chat right now, so behave. Problem is the weight. The problem is the weight. Don't fall. Don't fall while I'm grabbing more tape. I'll show you in a second, you perverts. Please, please. How do I keep this up there? Don't worry, I have a plan. I just had a realization how awful the supplies I keep on hand are. I just realized I just used zip ties and duct tape. Ah, shit. The angle's not right. Hold on. Hi, Jay Richards. Let's see if this works. Is that the proper angle? Here. All right. So this is what I have now. I feel like I need to turn it a little bit more. I think the angle needs to be a little bit better on that. Little movements. Banana hammock. Okay, that looks kind of better. Okay. Let me try and get you. Okay, wait, I can't. Okay, never mind. This is all you're gonna see. I could take another photo and put it on Discord. 175. I wish I had taxidermy money right now. So that's what we're switching, everybody. Wish I had taxidermy money. A black bear for 4,000? Could you imagine if I had just a huge ass black bear up here? All right, let me take a picture of this. I'll put it on the Discord. See, the problem is the light doesn't hit the hand that well, but I think I can make this work. All right, so we're going to post this in general discussion. There we go. Good, good. Mud, you really knew how to turn this up another level. Let's see. Don't have my keyboard. I could probably get it up the stairs. I was able to lift that paint machine up the huge flight of stairs, and it was able to lift it off the ground. So if it's 150 pounds, I think I could do it. I mean, I think they both would be. So basically, we're working towards taxidermy money, everybody. There you go. All right. There we go. Because of Mud's genius and perversion, a banana has been added. Okay. Sorry, everybody. I think that is actually a much better composition. So I was going for nose picking originally, but I didn't feel like that was coming through that well. It also pushes the composition more this way to the right that I think really helps this. So. Ooh, that's a good one, Richards. That's a good one. I was tempted to do a painting from Scarface before. The problem is I had problems finding a reference that I was comfortable with doing. The lighting in a lot of those old films is really hit or miss. In some movies, it's just not workable. Like I wanted to do a painting from Casino. Casino is one of my favorite films of all time. But there's just like no workable, very few workable, you know, lighting scenarios in that. Yeah, it definitely could, Shasta. Which maybe I should juice the black with a little bit of quinacridone. Just in general for background notes. Okay, so now son of a bitch, Todd. How you doing, Oxford? You have lunch with your camera? What do you mean, Oxford? Gibsmo. Thank you for the follow.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. Oh, today is Friday the 13th, huh? Nope, I'm gonna capture that son of a bitch this year. Yeah, this is oil, Gibsmo. This is oil. With badly made oil paints. That could be cool, Richard. You could probably find some like life references of people like cosplaying. Hmm. I don't use any solvents, Gibsmo, so I don't use mineral spirits, I don't use turpentine, and I don't use Gamsol. I do not use any of that. On my first layer, I just use linseed oil. On my second layer, either nothing or oleo gel. I am a very anti-solvent. Oh, man, true. Yeah, so Gibsmo, so I don't even, I don't use it to clean my brushes. There's, if you are set on using solvent, use a odorless mineral spirits. So, Gamsol is a common one. There's a brand called Mona Lisa that makes an odorless mineral spirits. You don't need, like, it doesn't, like, you don't need, if you're intent on using solvents, there's no need to use turpentine or mineral spirits. So they make some that don't smell, okay? But I also am of the opinion that solvents are not needed for anything. There is no specific technique or thing required. Technique in oil paints that require solvents. There's none. Thinner is more toxic than lead, Todd. Yep. Well, the main reason I don't use them, Gibsmo, is because there are archival losses. Or trade-offs with linseed. Well, just be careful, Gibsmo. Do not use woodworking linseed with painting, with oil painting, Gibsmo. So in woodworking linseed oil, they add a lot of dryers and things like that you don't really want to mix in with oil paints, with oil, I should say. So just FYI on that. Like, so if you linseed oil from your hardware store is not something you want to use with painting. Yeah. So, yeah. So just be careful. Just be careful with that. Small question. Can you use the woodworking linseed oil on a wooden palette to treat it prior to painting? No. So, okay. So the reason why you don't put oil on straight wood in art, the reason why you do it for woodworking and outside work is because that is meant to last a shorter amount of time that the linseed oil would degrade the wood. So, for example, Todd, not for example, linseed is acidic. Okay, I believe it's linoleic acid is one of the main fatty acids that is a part of linseed oil. Okay, so the reason why you seal like a wood or a canvas historically was done with like the rabbit skin glue or something like that is because it's low acid and it seals or non-acidic and it seals the surface from oil seeping into it and degrading it. Okay. With woodworking, you want that to happen because of the other environmental exposures that like a deck might have or tools might have are more severe than the oil could degrade it at another time. So point being is that oil is meant to dry fast and get a protective coating over it in the sense that it's only going to last like a decade or two. Within painting, you want that shit to last hundreds of years, and oil being exposed to canvas or wood is not beneficial archivally. So what you would use to seal those surfaces, Todd, you would use PVA glue or non-acidic PVA glue, or and historically like hoof glue or rabbit skin glue were both used. Does that make sense, Todd? Oh, on a wooden palette? I'm sorry, because Todd, you basically it's called like what's it called? Sorry, I misunderstood your question. It's like conditioning the wood, so the oils from your paint will leach out over a few months, and that's how you condition it. You wouldn't use you would just do it that way. So it already happens with the oil from oil paints. I would highly recommend just using linseed oil Oxford than safflower oil. I do not recommend using safflower oil in any capacity with painting. It creates light fast issues with some certain pigments that don't happen with others, and it is a weaker oil film than linseed. Archivality. That sounds like a Mortal Kombat word. Archivality. See, now I know what my see, Mud, you're inspiring me today. See, now I know what my Mortal Kombat finishing world would move would be. Now I know. But you said you could clean your brushes with safflower oil. Safflower oil will naturally get into your brushes.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, thank you, Gibbsmo. We got him, everybody. That's a pizza party. We got Gibbsmo, everybody. That's a pizza party. There we go. We'll share that Lean Cuisine cheese pizza and 2 liters of RC Cola. We got him, everybody. We got Gibbsmo. Yeah. Get him out! God, why aren't I going for the Lean Cuisine sponsorship? What's wrong with me? Completely forgot about that. I've given them tons of free press. Yeah, Oxford. I should do that, Mud. I should really do that. Lean Cuisines and a 2 liter of RC Cola. Now the question is, would anybody buy that? Do you think anyone would buy that one, Mud? Tag them both in it? It's true. Oh my god, certainly not. I know, but I kind of want to do it on a nice canvas. Is this why I'm broke? Nick, you gotta stop doing paintings of Denny's and RC Cola and Lean Cuisines, alright? It's not enough! I'm using pizza grease oil for painting in place of linseed, of course. The real answer is it wouldn't work as a painting oil because it's not a drying oil. Animals derive, I mean, oils, certain vegetable oils and certain, and almost all animal fats are not drying oils. Same with like mineral oil. So the reason why you don't see mineral oil for painting is because it doesn't dry. But that's why it's used in soft pastels. That is true, Mud. That is true. So, like, the reason why... So, Gibbsmo, I'm getting into this now. You did this, all right? Gibbsmo, you did this. You did this to everybody. So, linseed oil has been historically used, and linseed is just flaxseed because it is a quick drying, and it has the most... It develops the most robust oil film when dried. That means it's durable. It's very bendy. It doesn't crack as much as others. No, because there's a difference, Todd. When you apply heat to oil, most oils will eventually dry in some capacity, but over a certain amount of time. But that's a different process that can happen. Well, at least like animal fats, right? So like even machine grease under certain conditions of heat could, I don't think the technical term is dry, but become change viscosity. But yeah, Gibsno and anybody else who's new here, feel free to ask any question you'd like. I will happily answer anything to the knowledge that I currently have about paints, pigments. I that wasn't a joke. I do make my own paints. I think we mentioned that to you, Gibsmo. I don't know. So it is something I do a lot in. And if you're looking for new paints,
Fire the nuclear weapon.
son of a bitch! A raid! But I think I would need to do them with both, Mud. I think I would need to do RC Cola and Lean Cuisines. Oh my god. Snapback. Welcome in. Hi, Hisks. I'm doing all right, Snapback. Give me those goddamn links now. If you know what's good for you. All right, so Michael Harding paints are very good paints overall. They still use filler. Well, thank you. They still use filler. They do have a pretty hefty price tag on them. Michael Harding's big focus, from my experience with them, and I have used several of their paints, is that they have a high focus on texture and feel out of the tube. So they are not like for, okay, so that needs to come down even farther. So if you're looking for like paints out of the tube and just want to paint with that, they're pretty good. If you put any medium into it, it's just it's not worth the price tag. If you're putting medium in all your paints, any medium, you should most likely be buying Williamsburg if you're buying from a brand, or my paints. Thank you, Snapback. Everybody go follow Snapback Artiste on the Instas. The reason why I say that, Todd, there's a specific reason I say this, is because if you're, it's like, you know, Todd, the best analogy I can make for you on this is, Todd, would you buy a $1,000 bottle of whiskey and then mix it with Coke and ice? Let's just give an analogy, right? And the answer to like connoisseurs is no. You drink them straight because you're trying to taste the $1,000 of flavor, right? So with oil paints, it's kind of similar. If you plan on mixing shit into your paints, then you just need to care about pigmentation, pigment load, and you don't really need to focus on paints that have a focus on texture. So that's why I do recommend Williamsburg in my paints, because they are thicker. In my paints are full pigment, and they're more stiff than a lot of paints. Generally are, because it gives you the freedom to mix shit in there and not sacrifice pigment load as much, right? With those differences. Does that make sense to you, Todd? Todd, this is not just me trying to make a sale. My stuff, I directly compare my prices to Williamsburg, and I give you more than Williamsburg for lower price, except for like burnt umber and titanium white, but it's only like a couple dollar difference. And my paint will go further than Williamsburg. This is somebody who likes Williamsburg as well. So if you're going to buy that level of paint, I would recommend mine. Yeah, no, you know, they'll be around as long as I'm painting, Todd. Or they sell enough, I'm gonna still be making the paints, so. You got time. While supplies last. While supplies last. The Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. Who remembers the greatest song ever created, Wild Wild West by Will Smith? The single greatest song of all time. without debate. Wild Wild West by Will Smith. DJ Jazzy Jeff, true. One that is easier for me to blend my paints on the canvas than on the paint board. Let's say I want to add shadow or red hue, just add it. So that, I would personally consider that to be a bad habit, okay? Do you want long explanation? Or do you want a quick? Or do you want quick? I'll do either. Try and stop me. All right, good. So, Gibsmo, this stems from how I teach myself how to paint, okay? So, well, that sounds delicious. You know I haven't eaten yet today. God damn it, Gibsmo. God damn it. Always with the food bragging. So, okay. So this is related to learning, but in a simple way of putting it, are you familiar with paint by numbers? Are you familiar with paint by numbers? Yep. Good. So, but yes, they are. So Todd, not Todd, Gibsmo, the ideal goal is for you to confidently look at something, understand the color that you see with your eyes, mix it here, and then place it in the specific shape that you want. Okay. Now this is for Alla Prima. Obviously there are differences. But in my opinion, if we're talking about painting as a skill, that is essentially being able to paint by numbers without the numbers and the premixed paint is the goal. is a impressive skill to have. So learning how to see color, interpret it correctly, mix it on your palette, and then applying it will make you a better painter. Well, that's your problem, Todd. So this is out of a matter of learning and teaching, right? So are you intending to become a better painter? Do you not like? So understand where are you trying to take it, Gibsmo? Are you trying to work on like good compositions? Are you trying, like, my goal is to only be a better painter. Like straight up. That is my overarching concern with all of this. Is to be a better painter, straight up, no doubt. So if your concern is to be a better painter, then I would advise you to do things that will make you a better painter. Right?
I be stroking.
Indeed. Indeed, Jan. So I would answer that question for yourself. And you can, like, you know, revisit it, right? But if I were to advise somebody learning, that would be a never to approach a painting like that. It would be to paint with authority, paint with conviction, accept your mistakes, reflect on them, and learn, right? Does that make sense, Gibbsmo? Do not eat the paint. Amizu, you son of a bitch. I know you're just planning for my inevitable murder, Jan. Everybody, you should buy some paintings of mine because Jan, I know, is planning to kill me already. So, you know, my paintings will probably, you know, go up hundreds of thousands of % after I get murdered by Jan here. Red rum. Don't eat the... God damn it, Gibbsmo. God damn it. Every time with you maniacs. You'll never find a better investment than buying badly painted paintings right now. Best investment in the world. How do you build a computer? You're talking about buying the components individually, Oxford? You need a motherboard, RAM, processor, a CPU fan, a GPU, a power supply, and a case at minimum. And tertiary. I think you're missing the point, Omizu. I mean, Jan, if you need help with that, just let me know. I've built probably 15 computers. Lessons in art. I know we already talked about it, though, so... Skulls work. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this, Jan. When you build your own, you get a lot more for your money. You get a lot more for your money. Because what I've seen, I know a few people who've bought pre-builts recently, Jan. And so 2 different people who bought pre-builts. The big issue is specific parts they get very cheap on. So like what a lot of these pre-built companies do is they'll lure you in with like a good video card, but then they'll cheap out on the power supply and they'll cheap out on the motherboard and things like that. To the point that one of the people actually had to replace parts in there. And a lot of them won't tell you the motherboard that they're using. That's another part of this garbage. So Asus's generally are pretty good motherboards. The motherboard I've been using for the last like 4 or 5 years is Asus. I've heard some bad things about them recently though, but I don't know if that's their motherboard specifically. But Impasto seems much less common to find online tutorials examples. Is Impasto more difficult than Alla Prima? It's essentially the same thing, Gibsmo. So Gibsmo, philosophically, to me, there is no difference because in Alla Prima, you just paint as thick as you need to get the color and stuff that you want it to be at, right? So yeah, you can specifically intend to add more weight, and I have a mixture of chalk, silica, oil, and bentonite here that is called Impasto Medium that can give you that thickness and form, but that is something I wouldn't overly concern yourself with unless it's a really intentional act to add that thickness, right? Alla Prima is more about doing something and just sticking with it, right? And sometimes that means thicker application of paint. For me, I don't really concern myself with intentional, thick paint strokes or not. There are scenarios where I have understood that it could be beneficial for like catching light differently, but it's something I rarely think about doing intentionally. So Jan, have you gone to that Tom's Hardware yet? You'll have a lot of people who are very knowledgeable on hardware, and you could see what currently is of good value. And unfortunately, that's kind of what you have to go for. But just know that a lot of these like pre-built PCs are more based in the world of them trying to make a small business in profit. And with building computers, there is very little profit to be had unless you're buying in bulk. So just understand that pre-builts are most likely going to be your worst result, especially if you have the capacity to build your own computer. So I guess I would advise you to think about it in those terms, Jan, versus like, it's not like big companies doing pre-builts, right? It's like people on eBay who are trying to build a business because they can do it, and not everybody can. Yeah. So that would be I've heard bad things about recent Asus's lost. eBaiters, a bit Omezu. So Sashi, you're actually one of my examples about kind of the dangers of pre-builds, where companies cheap out on certain things and don't necessarily tell you about what's in the. Remember we looked at it and I couldn't figure out what the motherboard was on it because they just wouldn't say, and they most definitely cheaped out on the motherboard. Hence why they didn't list it. And but you were having cooling issues, right? It was a motherboard. Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, no, there's no reason for anybody to overclock unless you're playing like specific high requirement games. And you're a professional player. Okay? So if you're somebody who's trying to be a professional, sure. Yeah, but you know, are you trying to make your living from it? I wouldn't be surprised if that was a BIOS naturally set it on. Well, so the performance wouldn't be noticeable because you're not in a situation where you need to overclock often. What I'm saying is normally overclocking is never turned on by default, but that could be a weird thing with that software for that motherboard specifically. This is my Badly Computers portion of the stream, everybody. This is the Badly Computer Talk portion of the stream. It's a new segment. So I'm guessing that the motherboard came with that standard and they didn't always turn it off, Sashi, when they built it for you. That's my guess. That's what makes more sense, that is some type of employee neglect, because they do quality test motherboards quite a bit before they go out, because it's a huge loss for them when they send out faulty ones. Like, I'll say that, actually, here's a better point. The odds of the motherboard manufacturing installing the BIOS and turning that on is astronomical relative to the company who's building it not forgetting to turn it on. That's how I should be presenting that information. It's been weird for a while, Jan. Between basically, it's between crypto and AI, where they have corporations buying out huge amounts of GPUs for AI calculations and stuff. It's really fucked with the market quite a bit. But it's, you know, it's funny. It's kind of like, have any of you been like hear about like the Pokemon market? There's a lot of these like collectible markets or like things that can be scalped that the markets just get super fucked on. Crypto gurus, yeah. I mean, it's just human error, Sashi. I mean, that stuff happens. So where does this all lead us, everybody? This leads us to get your badly made paints today before the scalpers get their hands on it, okay? Get your badly painted paintings today before the scalpers and murderers get their hands on it. Okay? All right, everybody. That's the lesson to be had here. Thank you, bud. It's a natural transition. Well, the Japanese businessmen go in for like the bath water that I sell and my used gloves, you know, that type of stuff. So they don't really buy paintings. If only those Japanese businessmen bought paintings. They blow your dick off, Sashi, because they are that intense. It's a cycle. What about paintbrushes, Richards? I don't subscribe to. I have bought a few expensive brushes, Richards, that have literally deformed on the first day of use. So I only look for value and size. I only use bristle brushes. And frankly, the best value I have observed in the brush market is Rosemary & Co. There was a guy in my when my brother was in high school who wrestled with him, Jan, whose name was literally Richard Hertz. Name was literally Richard Hertz. Yeah, Richards, you can't really, like, they provide too much value at Rosemary Co. compared to, like I said, I've tried like this German Munich company. I've tried a Raphael one. I tried Colibri isn't bad, but they are a little bit too pricey. And so it's just like, you know, once a year, just make an order at Rosemary Co. Get a bunch of the brushes spend $100 and that's your brushes like every year. Yeah, probably lost once I get murdered. Huge mungus. I link a Google image of painting can define the style and technical terms, trying to learn how to replicate it, but don't know what to call it. Sure, I'll do my best. From Wind River? I'm not familiar with Wind River, Richards. How do you like them? Or is that where you got the Rosemary Co? Because I just go to their website. So that's partly what's fucking up. Gotcha. The Wild Wild West. I'm the best cowboy living in the best way. Me out of Miss Klein Frog, bang bang. There in Texas, they sell rosemary. Interesting. So Richards, I like Paint Coach. He really does hone in on, like, I think a lot of the proper philosophical methods of teaching. What I don't like about him is he doesn't really pay attention to pigments, archival importance of certain things. I really am not a fan of paywalling content like he does. But that's most, so it's not necessarily the worst thing. I get people need to make their money, but he basically stopped making like regular YouTube videos and just does the Patreon stuff now. But I didn't, there is plenty to learn from Paint Coach. So, Richards, I like Ben Lustenhauer a lot, even though he has some of the similar issues. But Ben Lustenhauer has a lot of very pragmatic advice with regards to modern technology, with regards to modern painting. He's also incredibly skilled. That fucking guy is great. Once again, I always want more focus on materials than a lot of these people have, but I don't think that, I guess I'm trying to solve for that issue. Yeah, well, Bob Ross is fine for beginners, but anything other than beginners, it's just not, it doesn't really do much. Not that, like, he's a wonderful man by all accounts. He made painting very accessible to a lot of people, but it's strictly, it's strictly learning. It's strictly learning. I mean, strictly beginner. Strictly beginner. That's it. Because, he doesn't paint he doesn't paint realism either. Ben Lustenhauer, Lustenhower. He doesn't really make a lot of new content, but if you're looking for some stuff just to watch to get the perspective of, yeah, exactly, Mud. Exactly, Todd, and that's a huge value. Once again, this is not me detracting from Bob Ross. He did a great thing with exposing people to really, this sounds corny, but the joy that painting can bring to you, right? That's not an understatement. Like, I love to paint, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who don't even realize that they would love to paint as well. And there's tremendous value in a society that people can find joy in things and do things that they like to do. Yep, agreed. That's why I always preface it whenever I talk about, like, Bob Ross, is that, he is a beginner's painter. He's a great way to know or learn if you enjoy painting. If you want to go farther into painting, there are other routes, but now you know. Because, like, Mud, how I always say is, like, when I give people advice who are beginning, it's like, make sure you know if you love to paint before you commit to this. Don't assume that you're going to love this, right? This is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Interesting, Todd. Yeah, Richards, I got started through miniatures. I used to play Warhammer. Yeah, agreed, Sashi. Well, in Mud, it's a, like, how we've kind of talked with other people. It's also dealing with your own perceived incompetence. You know what I'm saying? Like, the tough thing about art for a lot of people is that understanding that to get to a spot that you might like, it takes a tremendous amount of work. It really does. And you're going to feel like an idiot. There's no way around it. You're going to have to suck for a while. And that does not sprinkle and sparkle with a lot of people's egos. So there is an element of battling your own psyche, right? Yeah, no, Mud has advised that on several times. Oh God, Gibsmo, I despise Old Holland as a company. I want to let you post the link. Gibsmo, can you join the Discord? Gibsmo, if you join the Discord, you could post it in there. If not, we'll figure out our next move. Perfect. So post it in general discussion, Gibsmo. Just so everybody is aware, I despise Old Holland. Son of a bitch! Old Holland is an awful company. Yes and no, Todd. Oh yeah, sorry, Mud, you are correct. I do need to give context. So, Old Holland, quality is about the equivalent of Winsor & Newton, except they're double the cost. They don't provide they provide a wide range of colors that are all. Everyone I've used has been extremely mediocre. They're a company that has survived, or I'll say, what's a good way of saying this? That has flourished because of word of mouth and their perceived quality. But as a clinically diagnosed paint pervert, I can assure you that some of the worst value you can get is Old Holland paints. In the United States, for sure, there's some of the worst value. $19.80. That's a student grade of gambling. I have no problem with gambling because they have better ethics as a company. I'm not a fan of student grade paints, but it's different for everybody. I would highly recommend it, Richards. Exactly. Gamblin, as far as a corporation, is probably one of the better ones to support. Because they have a lot of environmental initiatives that are good. Big gambling got to me, Jamboree. Big gambling got to me. How you doing, Jamboree? I'm doing all right. Bien, you too? Bien, you too? Sorry, I watched something on that exact topic yesterday, and then I remembered a South Park. Not Link. Mud. Do you... Oh, that's cool. J. Richards, Mud. Could you try posting the link in chat? I'd have to move to my computer to take a look at it. Thank you, Mud. There you go. Okay. Gibbsmo, you there? Look up a painter. Oh, you need to search paintings with this because this guy was he was a architect. I couldn't see the link yet. But look up Antoni Gaudi, Gaudi paintings, and look at his skies. You could argue it's in the vein of Impressionism and Surrealism. That specific one you showed was more surrealistic. Gotcha. I figured you were. Thank you, Mud. Good job, Mud. So Gibbsmo, let me know when you've taken a look at those paintings. Well, that's what it is, Mud. So, like, you know, what I'm going to expand on is basically if you wanted to do that, well, you have to be able to identify colors, mix a lot of impasto medium, and I'll use a palette knife. So, Gibsmo, you have to identify the color and most likely go to a hue extreme, so saturate the color even more than what you see. And then you do a thick application. Shelf and kiss. Interesting, Richards. I like his paintings, Richards, but, you know, I do understand that they're not for everybody. So, Richards, what, you know, so, you know, it's not Richards, Gibsmo. Do you have a photo editing software of any type? Yeah, exactly, but do you have a photo editing software? I think you could even do this in Microsoft Pictures, what I'm gonna tell you to try and do. If that's how you want to paint, I have a method in which you can do that. All right, yeah, so all you need to do is take a photo of what you want to paint. So just find a reference that you like, put it in the software, blur it completely, blur it, and try sketching general shapes. Not sketching, outlining the shapes that you see after it's blurred, okay? So now do that, then bump up the saturation a fuckload, maybe the brightness a little bit, and then try and recreate that with those shapes that you outlined using a palette knife. Does that make sense to you, Gibsmo? Let me know if you have any questions on what I'm proposing to you. So Gibsmo, I have done tons of paintings with palette knives. Yeah, you're in luck. I probably have like 10 to 12 how many? 12? 10, 12 past streams of just palette knife work, Gibsmo? It's usually on the title on my YouTube. And that's the segue. I'm desperately in need of YouTube subs. Anyone here who's not subbed to the YouTube, please, God, Lord. I'm a broken man. I need help. But if you go into the live section, Gibsmo, you could see plenty of paintings that I did with a palette knife. Thank you, Gibbsmo. So, if you're using a palette knife, which what you want to do requires you to get a palette knife. Let me give you some little bits of advice for that. Okay? These two shapes. No serrated one. Those are the two most valuable shapes, a trowel and like a pointier one. You'll probably also want a smaller one. All right, we call this green bag sized. Okay. One that has a decent point to it. But basically, those are the three that I recommend. The other thing that you need is they need to be very bendy. Oh God, I'm just painting my arm. All right, they need to be very bendy, okay? So you see how much these can bend? I would not, plastic will break on you. I mean, I've broken, Mud, how many palette knives have I broken on stream? Plastic will work, but I would recommend getting a stainless steel one. I haven't broken ones like these. I've broken these specific other ones. But regardless, you know, so these are Rosemary & Co. There you go, Rosemary & Co. Palette knives, a trowel style, and then a thinner one. These have been the most valuable. You don't need a lot. You don't need a lot. If you think that, if you have any thought that the shape is exotic, it is. It's got a lot of anger. Okay? It's got a lot of anger brewing up. But if when you're looking at a palette knife on a site and it looks like an exotic shape, it is too exotic. If you get reminded of the Tiger King when you are looking at palette knives, then it should be a no-go. Just kind of like anything in life, all right? If you want to do something and you're reminded of the Tiger King, you should probably not do that thing. That was my new segment called Badley's Advice.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my God! A raid? How are you, number one? What were you doing today? Were you gaming today? Son of a bitch! Were you gaming today?
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. Alright, it's genetics. Oh, thank you, Amy. I'm not loud. You're loud. Good God! How you doing, Amy? Oh, Diggy Hole? Diggy Hole. We know, Amy. Oh my. Very demure, very mindful. By the way, Salt, do you have any want to play 7 Days to Die again? I'm willing to cattle all of you again because a brand new big patch is coming out on Monday. Very Amir, very Metal, much well. True, Bo. True. It's a update. It's called 2.0. They're doing a special streamer weekend right now, Sashi. Thank you, Amy. So Mud saved this reference by suggesting, well, she mentioned a banana in some capacity, and I'm like, holy shit, that's perfect, because I didn't have a cigar. And I was originally trying to make it look like he was picking his nose, but you know, it just wasn't there. No, but banana's there for a more of a Freudian representation of penises, Bo. Good, everyone go follow Salt on Insta. And go buy Mud's Pottery. It is the phallic reference that all my paintings kind of need. Mod abuse, true. Son of a bitch! Distru blast! What the heck? Does that need to be higher? That needed to go lower. I'm a badass cowboy living in a badass way. Me not a Miss Clyde Frog, bang bang. Why is that, Jamboree? Why would you question this channel's ethics? Oh my God, Mud. I have ethics. I am very ethical. I have no idea what to talk about, Sashi. All right, let's get started. Squirrel hands, everybody. Squirrel hands and the people that mutilate squirrels for their hands. Oh, God damn it. I just... Who would do such a thing? JAQ! Sashi. Who walks into a store, sees a squirrel hand on a pin, be like, I need to wear that. I need to wear that, ladies and gentlemen. JAQ! And I'll show you, everybody. Sashi Umabashi does just that. Supporting this terrible industry of murder and mayhem. I do want that. I do want the canoeing chipmunk. But it's not the hand. Think about the industry that this is supporting. Oh, was it the perfect accessory, Sashi? Like a pentagram pin wouldn't do? JJ accused. Oh my God, 105. Well done, Salt. That's huge. So is by default, Sashi, is just because nobody has it? Nobody has it. It's good. What did you practice that involves squirrel hands? Hold on, are you telling me that is your is what you consider when buying mutilated animal parts? Just buy some oxtail and get an oxtail bone, wear that as a necklace. I have Newt. And a squirrel, true. Yes, this would actually, Jamboree. Good. So now let's expand, everybody. I wish I had some additional lightning I could play, like lightning from Clue every time I say something. Have you met them, Amy? Yeah, no, you could eat the oxtail for sure. But oxtail's so good. So here's this new Tiger King rule that I'm pioneering, Amy. If you do something and you think, I bet the Tiger King would do this, or wanted to do this, or would do this, you should not do that. Exactly. That's the other despicable part of this, is that somebody murdered a squirrel, just cut off one of its hands and be like, hey, make a pin out of this. Well, where's the other hand? Oh, I just left it rotting. Outside. What would the Tiger King do? Exactly. Don't do that. Good, Salt. Good. So I think this world would be a much better place, everybody. Don't do it. Don't do it, Amy Jo. Good. Thank you, Salt. Exactly, Todd. Don't eat dinner. Yeah, don't do that. Would you run for the governor of Oklahoma? No, because we wouldn't even live in Oklahoma, everybody. Okay? Yeah, but you could always start fresh, Amy. You could always start fresh. Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. God, I can't resist Oklahoma. God, I hate that state, but the musical. The musical. God damn you, you all know my weaknesses. So it is. I can't resist. No, not when it comes to singing. Like fish in a barrel. Shut up! Well, he ran for governor of Oklahoma, Amy Jo, and he actually got a shocking amount of the votes, considering that he's a gay man, too. But he's running under a libertarian. I would live in Missouri before either of those other two, Todd. Yeah, I only see Arkansas. Wait, well, so it's Salt. Who's the other Arkansas person? Missouri at least has St. Louis. You mean jizz and split, Todd? That's kind of a sad thing, Salt, isn't it? Oh, where are you going on vacation? Oh, I'm going to Missouri. Ew! Oh my God! Jesus! I'm sorry. Branson. Oh my God. That's like, you know, the great joke from Parks and Rec with Jerry going to, what was the town he went to in Indiana? Munster? I almost lived in St. Louis. I applied to Washington University in St. Louis. That is probably the most southern thing I've ever heard of, Salt. Because it's also just owning a timeshare. It doesn't really sell, huh? But that's okay. Todd is under the microscope today. Could VIP him. All right, everybody, let's do a public forum. Does Todd the Wraith deserve VIP treatment? Yays or nays? Argue as vehemently as you want. We like discussion here. Yeah, Todd, make your case. Should you be VIP so you get auto-modded less? Well, that is one of the, the stipulations is that you use your power for evil. Oh my God! Salt. Yes, you are, Salt. Reduce server resources. That's true. That's a knock. All right, so that's a knock against. That's a knock against Todd. So the first argument against Todd comes from Jamboree. Jamboree has been known to be anti-Todd. Exactly, Amy Jo. Well, you'd be VIP regardless. No, I understood what you meant, Jamboree. Argument against Todd. Amy, how dare you recommend that? Irregardless. Amy, don't make me make you a mod. Don't make me make you a mod with editing privileges. I'll do it. Yeah, exactly, but it's not worth the time investment. Is Amy that many? Amy, do you have that many swords? All right, never mind. Amy's never being a mod here. Yeah, okay, all right. You're off the list. You're off the list, Amy. This is a place where you rest. And be your normal resident pervert. Resting, yep. Rest, Amy! And you're always welcome to do so. To say goodbye and I choke. Woo, try to walk away and I stumble. Thank you, TDS. It was a lot of work. Though I try to hide it, it's clear. I sang that because somebody literally said I tried. Somebody literally just said I tried. And I could not. I cannot resist, everybody. This is a problem. It's becoming a problem that's negatively affecting my life. That's true. I can't help it. God damn it. Oh, damn it. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is, Amy. No one trying to hide it. It's clear. When you are not here. It's a good song. Macy Gray, though, is kind of a shithead, though, unfortunately. Have I? No. Oh, yeah, Jan's Arkansas. Jesus Christ. Jan loves Arkansas, though. Really? They always do, Amy. They always do. Goodbye. That song was huge. I'll take your words for it that Oklahoma is worse. My rankings are probably now Missouri, Arkansas, then Oklahoma. But I probably originally would have had Arkansas last. Yeah, Sashi, my only issue is she turned into like an anti-vax person, like a outspoken one during COVID. Oh, did they? I didn't know her history. Yeah, no, that's why I said she turned into a shithead. Cause she was cool back in the day, cause she like adopted a bunch of kids and like helped them out. That's fun, Amy. Interesting. I didn't know that, Sashi. They also have Bigfoots, Todd. Big feet. All right, everybody. How many states have legally reported Bigfoot sightings? Here's a cryptid. Jan, you are correct. 50. All 50. There have been reported Bigfoot sightings. That's how you know Bigfoot is real, everybody. $63. All right, we're on to Bigfoot trivia. We're doing Bigfoot trivia. What Bigfoot is known? What's the name of the Bigfoot that primarily resides in Florida? In Florida. Florida man? Nope. Good guess, Emmy. Your mom? Shut up, Amy. Swamp bitch? Nope. Have a great night, bud. Thanks for all the help today. Taylor Earnhardt's Ghost? Nope. Nene Mud, Nene Salt.
I said good day!
Good day. Good day. You know what, Jan? I'll take it. I'll take Skunk Man. Jan gets the point. The more common one is Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape. Skunk Ape. Primary sightings in Florida. Racist? Not a racist. Yeah, that would be sad, Amy. You deserve it. Okay, so that got too high. I'm just seeing that now. Why am I just seeing this now? Get on. Huh. Yeah, it's because a lot of people just hated Peter Mayhew, so he was always under constant threat. It was amazing how much Peter Mayhew was hated. Oh, I missed it, Jay Richards. Hold on, let me look at time. Oh, I don't have time sense. Jay Richard, you get a point too. My bad. Sometimes it's hard to look at the two chats. Jay Richards gets a point. As well as Jan. No, paint, lead white. Gives no. Oh, you're in Florida, Richards? So one of the most the longest pigments or longest used pigments in history is lead white, which is lead carbonate, which is one of the best archival paints you can use, and a part of my normal palettes. It's a part of it. Does not taste like don't eat lead paint. But yeah, one of the best paints you could use if you care about archival quality is lead white. Nope, don't eat any of the paints. That's true. Well, all of you have already eaten titanium white. Everybody in this channel right now has eaten titanium white. Well, that's why lead was a common additive in food historically, Todd. They used to add it to mustard. They used to add it to wine, or they mixed it in. They mixed wine in lead bowls. So why do I know that all of you maniacs, you paint freaks, you paint perverts have eaten titanium white? Because it's in toothpaste. It's in toothpaste, everybody. Titanium dioxide is in toothpaste. A dye is different than pigment. Too late, Shasta. But titanium dioxide is food safe. So it's used in a lot of packaging as well. So if you see white plastic for food, that is most likely titanium dioxide. Amy, how about you look at the ingredients, see if titanium dioxide is listed. Present it, Amy. You haven't been watercoloring recently. You don't have the balls. You sure about that, Todd? Slip of a tentacle, Amy Jo. Oh my god! Yeah, see? Won't even be a problem then. Oh my god, Amy. We next time you come visit, Amy, we're gonna need to supervise you. Yeah, Amy, you're supposed to be resting. Fair enough, Amy. Fair enough. Your pervert credentials have no equal, Amy. They truly don't. Points the penis. Amy's is out already. That happens, Amy. That's why you gotta start. You're gonna have to start oil painting with badly made oil paints. Oh, several times. Several times. No refunds. That was very fun, Amy. I had a great time. Flies by. Certainly does fly by. Wait, is there a pallet dong? Are you talking about right? Yeah, that's kind of a dong. Is this what you're talking about, Shasta? Oh, wait. The chode? You see it. All you perverts.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Never. Never will. I won't be stopped. Not again. Not after last time.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Nope. Why do you guys want to take the only thing I find joy in this world? Why do you all want to stop the only thing that I have to live for? The only thing. I am a broken man. Yeah, but not the same. Not the same, Amy. Just not the same. What are you talking about? I have never been sarcastic in my life, Amy. I do sing a lot, but I'm not a good singer. That's just part of my jovial nature. All right, maybe I find joy in a lot of things. Fine. See, Maddie gets it. Comparison is a thief of joy. You know what? That is very true. Try and stop me, Emmy. Try and stop me. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got this wonderful feeling. Everything's going my way. Wait, but today's opposite day. Oh, no. Oh, Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plains. Told my boss, F you, yes? Why'd you tell him to fuck off yesterday, Richard? Or why'd you tell your boss to go fuck themselves? This sounds juicy, Richard. Sounds juicy. I didn't even know he played, he was in Oklahoma. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's shitty as hell, Richard. God, that's shitty. They're on YouTube, Gibsmo. Give us the tea. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you, Richard. No, it's not that, Gibsmo. Thank you, Maddie. He doesn't have an Oscar. I guess he hasn't really done a lot of like big time Oscar movies. Well, that's good. It got resolved like that. It's a better sign that it was just a stupid lapse of judgment, Richards, than it was like a pattern of just like shittiness. But I don't know, you know. Obviously, I don't know your work history. Hi, Laura. Very much so, Laura. Well, that's good, Richards. Hmm. Oh. I hate the Zorn palette, Richards. That is a miserable palette. The true Zorn palette, that is truly miserable. Yeah, Oxford, you should be careful with that. Oxford, out of the blue, that's not something you should ask somebody. Like a picture of their bathtub? That's true. If you need a picture of a bathtub. Yeah, the Zorn palette is great if you add like 4 or 5 additional colors. Everybody. Like, you know, if you add a couple blues, you know, a lemon yellow, maybe a magenta, and maybe titanium white, then yeah, I think it's a great palette. Just wonderful. Well, Amy, the reason why they say is because Maddie, I don't know if you heard this, but Maddie like was watching YouTubers, you know, say like, oh, I'll use the Zorn palette, and then I add, you know, they added like ultramarine blue or phthalo blue or whatever, and like. Yeah, it's just not the Zorn, yeah. But people like it's like the bankruptcy of like YouTube content. Yes. Zornography joke. Don't do it. If anybody's thinking about using the Zorn palette, don't do it. Save yourself the hassle, the expense, the misery. The Kathy Bates-esque misery that is the Zorn palette. Baptism art joke. Oh, I do sell paintings, actually, Jan, now that you're asking. There are plenty on my Etsy and on my Ko-Fi. Yeah, I mean, Richards, are you using the true Zorn? Like, are you using lead white, or are you just using titanium? Don't even bother, Jan. I know I make the Zorn look very fun and enjoyable, but it is a horrible, horrible... God, this fucking bug disappeared. Oh, gotcha. So you're a little bit off of traditional Zorn. So it'd be more accurate to say the Appel palette, Richards. The Etsy prices have been going up, but there is a discount for viewers. So if you are interested and you watch the stream, let me know and I'll give you a discounted price. Oh, it's so much better than lemon yellow and pyrrole red and burnt umber. Really, Amy? Use code D's nuts. What's my Etsy? There's a link. Exclamation point Etsy. Thank you, Maddie. Oh, really, Amy? I brought him up earlier today. Amy. Literally, I was just like, God, that guy lives rent-free in my head. Well, I make the joke maybe too often to Mud about things being too fragile. True. Fuck. Use just a smaller brush for this. I mean, just think about living in that world. Cook for yourself, Todd. Fuck. Bum 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 bum. I don't know, Gibsmo. I believe it started in Wisconsin. You're goddamn right it was, Amy. Be prepared. Well, it's more they just cook it in a fuckload of butter, Todd. Oh, gotcha. God, I need to watch that new Wallace and Gromit movie, Amy. The Quarter Crew? I'm not familiar with them, Todd. I don't know, sir. Bringle balls or chips and aluminum. That's a good one, Oxford. Heard is the thing that Nick Park going over how to... Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. You know what? I actually have heard of this now. You rang the bell. Amy, how have you been? I felt like we haven't talked for a while, by the way. Have I freaked you out with the stuff I've been sending you on TikTok and on Instagram yet? It's all right. You always should take the time you need. You asked for it, Amy. You realize I'm not sending you all the stuff. You have no clue what you've just done. Oh, good, Amy. Good. No pressure, though. Good luck, Amy. All it'll take is one. All it'll take is one, Amy. I had not sending you any of the fart stuff, though, that constantly comes up on my algorithm, though. Why wouldn't it be? Why isn't it in yours? You watch one video and it never stops, all right? Oh, really? Yeah. Well, see, I hate that about Instagram. Instagram, you linger on one hot person for too long, and then your like next 30 are just like hot people. Yeah, it's great. Oh, that's funny. It's amazing how much more efficient the algorithm is, and like how like there's like 40 people who do the same exact like semi-pornography video. Do you want me to start sending you the perverted stuff that comes up on my... It only comes up on Instagram. Honestly, I think it would disappoint you. because I don't think it would be a humble yet great algorithm. I think it'd be too vanilla for you. I don't think it would live up to your pervert standards. I have tried, but then it's just like you relapse one time. You relapse one time. And then you've lost all your work. Yep, it really does, Jamboree. The algorithm is a house of cards. You look at one big boobed woman. Yeah. TikTok is actually not as bad with that, thankfully. See, like, here's the problem. Here's the actual problem. Is that Instagram's algorithm makes you feel like way bigger of a pervert than like TikTok's or YouTube's, right? Because you do it once on Instagram and it's just like every single one. That makes sense. Facebook's too, Richard? Yeah. So I don't dabble in Facebook at all, but I imagine it's the same algorithm as Instagram, so. Yeah, no, I still look on Facebook Marketplace. I just don't use Facebook for any other social features. Yeah, you gotta be careful with power tools. Especially something like a bandsaw. Talking about sausages or snossages? See, now I'm craving bratwurst. I don't know. I don't think they do. Yeah, Tesco, yeah.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Jesus Christ, a raid! Oh my god, Princess PJs. What do I owe this pleasure? Quarter Square X, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Princess, don't. Okay. Who booed me? Who booed me? Who did it? Zach. Zach, you bastard. Welcome in. Princess PJs, what were you working on? Post your links or else. Her. Get on in here.
Oh my glob.
Oh my glab. True. True, Amy. Perfect. Oh, heroes and villains. So you just did portraits of me and Maddie. Maddie being the villain, of course. Well done. These are so fun. Oh yeah, there's Maddie. Yep, Maddie's a villain, obviously. Maddie the villain. Yes, you can. Do you have any social links you'd like to post, Princess PJs? Perfect. Everyone go follow Princess PJs or else. You're welcome. Amy, I assure you, you can't handle it. Even the likes of you could not handle what would happen. Come at me, bro. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Exactly, Shasta. Or Dia, yeah. The Goon Squad, the gang of the gang of gooners. What are you talking about? Just goons. What are you talking about, Amy? People have goons. Yeah, or gooners. Yeah, that's what they're called, right? That's what people have been starting to call them. I haven't heard it. What is that? What is that, Amy? What else could it possibly mean? No, I want to know. What does it mean, Amy? Why would you say, oh boy, Gibsmo? What do you, so do you know what it means? Oh, I'd like to know if I'm misusing a word. Oh my God! I've been saying that for months! Jesus! Oh my God! That's awful! Oh my, I'm sorry, Dia. I said Dia's gang of goons were her gooners. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is embarrassing. Oh my god. This is terrible. This is easily the worst thing that's happened to me today. Amy, I knew what it was. I knew what it was.
Boo this man!
Don't boo me! Am I? Am I? Or am I the Jamie Kennedy of this generation? Jamie Kennedy, the single best actor of all time.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink! You're the fuckers.
Oh my glob.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Nobody's being repressed. Not one of you. No, it's Jamie Kennedy. Jamie Kennedy's work in The Son of the Mask is unparalleled. He was a guy who was in like shitty comedies, like over the top, and he was in some like MTV shows. Because I think he was in one of the, I think he was in Scream 2. It's a very fun, nostalgic movie. And it made some really smart decisions on the its I think cinematography to make it campy enough while using CGI. On the cast of The Mummy? Well, what do you mean by that? Now I'm curious what you mean by this, Maddie. Yeah, no, Rachel Weisz, beautiful woman. Brendan Fraser, beautiful man. That was before Gibbons. Or no. It was I think it was around the time that we found out. It might have been a little bit before. You should paint Brendan Fraser. That could be a good one. Somebody can redeem it. Somebody. Technically it's 24, Maddie. But if you wanted one specifically, so like the 24 is like I want a painting of Brendan Fraser, okay? 50 is like I want a painting of Brendan Fraser from The Mummy. All right. How much? You're talking about a commission? Do you find the reference that you want? I'd probably charge somewhere in the range of 400 to 500. Fuck. What the fuck? Rick O'Connell. Arm wrestling. That's a tough one. I would. That's like a really tough one. And like you got to realize an imaginative. An imaginative piece like that is a lot of work that I'm not confident I could do very well. No, Amy is. Just because you said that, I'm gonna have to give Amy another point. Nope, I'm gonna have to give Amy another point. You did this. I know, it's a Sophie's choice. It's a Kramer versus Sophie versus choice. Maybe that needed to be more neutral. Amy, I mean, what's more important? Honoring a legend or your resident pervertness? So you're pretty close, isn't it? 250. Foghorn Leghorn? That's probably a bit much. Yeah, I didn't hear Foghorn by me. That curve doesn't make sense at all. I don't know how I curved that out. Seems a bit much. We're almost done, by the way. We're almost done. All right. No overtime, though. I know we went over our normal time, but you're not getting overtime. That's what corporate said. Blame corporate. No one's getting overtime for this. What's Yowie? What is that? No, we have a pizza party today for Gibsmo. Well, what the fuck is Yuri? I don't know what either of these mean. Is it just love relationship stuff? What, but like, is it just banging like porn, or is this like a love story? Thank you, Richard. Yeah, the pizza party is this week. Well, I guess it's next Friday because we normally have them on Fridays. Gotcha, Todd. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Now I know. This fucking bug. How was the Karate Kid? See, I feel like in reality that would quicken the closure, you know, of the pizza shop, where it'd be like, hey, these kids are assaulting people over a pizza shop. These kids should be in juvenile hall. Well, I don't remember the Wallace and Gromit one, so I'm gonna have to listen to it to see what you're picking up on. I loved it as a kid. I haven't watched any for a while. I did like Chicken Run as well, though. Chicken Run was fun. There was a funny video, though, of a guy who did Wallace's wake-up routine. Like, he actually built the same contraptions that Wallace uses to, like, get dressed and, like, you know, make breakfast. He even had a dog press the button for, like, the jelly or whatever. Or marmalade. I suggest checking it out. It's hilarious. Well, just because Wallace and Gromit is good doesn't mean Chicken Run's bad. It really is. All right, we're done. Fuck it, we're done. We did it live. I do remember Kids in the Hall, Richard. I remember the I'm squeezing your head bit. The I'm squeezing your head. That one always. Try and stop me, Amy. Try and stop me. I'm sorry, Richard. That was your fault. Richard, me and my siblings would do that to each other, joking around. We weren't big Kids in the Hall fan, but that skit kind of resonated with us for some reason. Anything but that. Oh no. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh my God. Oh, the Bill Riley reference? Oh, okay, gotcha. Fuck it! We'll do it live! What a maniac that fucking guy was. Could you imagine exploding on your, like, employees like that? Just because you messed up on a fucking, you know, copy read? But fuck it, we did it live today. Well, technically we don't need to de-wipe today, but I'll do it anyways. Because I want to avoid the riot. I want to avoid the riot. Any excuse to be true to me. Yeah, did you see what happened? The change just happened. The stunt painter just left. Not yet. Not yet, I mean. It's only 20 by 16. This one's not that big. 20 inches by 16 inches. So, I mean, an inch is pretty a microscopic measurement, you know? Who would think 20 or 16 inches is large? Not me. Not me. So tiny, so very... some could say microscopic. Some would say microscopic. Pitiful, even. Oh, did you say the palette or the painting? The palette is 24 by 19, roughly. Tweezer specific, true. Yeah, you should get a piece of glass. You can get this for 30 bucks, Gibsmo. You can get this exact piece of glass I use for $30. And then I painted my desk. So I put this on my desk and I painted the desk underneath with a neutral gray. Neutral gray 6 from Golden Acrylics. So that's what's underneath it. That's what I use for my palette. Okay. All right, only one break in 5 hours and 50 minutes, everybody. Not bad. Time to wipe that D. Time to wipe the dirty D. Nice. This is why you're all here. Amy, the primer doesn't really stick to the back of glass, so it's just not, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work, Amy. Well, I'll have to get that later.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Nope, this is happening. This is happening. So, because Amy, I tried, but then I just tried painting it and seeing if I could just get it to stick enough, and then it just flaked off, and you could see the transparency. So then I just spray painted this table, and just gave it a few layers of the acrylic, and it was fine. Oh my god. Oh, this is just filthy. Oh, the burning though. The burning's getting more intense every time. Every time the burning gets worse.
Nice.
You might have. Well, there it was, yeah. Nice. Oh, Lord. How are you people watching this? You should... For shame. For shame. Yeah, it's just the quieter one. Oh, my God. Thank God my parents don't watch this. That's true, Amy. That is true. All right. I know, this is when Amy shows up every time. All right, the D has been successfully wiped. Let's find somebody to rate. Good, Oxford, good. All right, Never Again Land. Chaz is gaming. Pinion Paint is gaming. Everybody's gaming today. What's with all this gaming? Sally Quinn is gaming. Fool's Fox is gaming. I haven't rated Never Again Land in a long time. Let's rate them. They're doing art. All right, everybody. Yeah, I saw that, Todd. So we're gonna raid Never Again Land. Thank you all for hanging out. When's the next stream? I don't know. I was trying to do a plein air soon, but weather is not cooperating. Thanks for hanging out, Amy. It's really nice talking with you again. Thank you, Richard, for hanging out. Anyone who's not subbed to my YouTube, I would really appreciate a sub to the YouTubes. Trying to get to 1,000 subs.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
God damn it, Real Fun Studios. We're rating. We're rating in 40 seconds. We're rating in 40 seconds, Real Fun Studios. Post your links here. Post your links here. Quick. We're rating out. Quick. Quick, Real Fun. Quick. Damn you. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I just had a real gas. Bug. Just a real gas. Hi, I'm only a big child. We're rating to Never Again Land. And it's starting very soon. Real Fun Studios, feel free to come back and post your links. It's going now. See you, everybody.